What's up, guys? Oh, we hadn't moved up hard. Well, no, it didn't. What? What are you talking about? Love the new VTuber model. Thanks, man. I'm really glad you feel that way. Moon rejection. I would say we could push out to 40, but VNW is at 137, and there's probably a lot of call selling here because this is the top of the MM's expected move for the day. I would say that hmm. Yeah. I would say 40 is definitely a harder resistance. But there's some bop calls under spot 25-20. There's some sold puts at 30. Things are gonna get a little grindier here, I think. 1630. Yes, testing 183. Is ES testing the trend now? We're not quite there yet. Almost. There's a little bit more room. Trend test on the hour would be like 185.75. It's a couple more bucks. Hmm. Feel like, yeah, this could probably push out a few more bucks. Especially if it gets higher support here. Discord said, please start Discord. Oh, shit. Yeah. Hmm. It's weird that we're hanging out over VN, right? Nah. No. Yes and no. We're over VN on the monthly, but the monthly chain just doesn't have a lot going on. So, we're not over VN on the weekly, which I think matters. Probably need a gap in the overnight. Today's data wasn't very good. So we got some other shit going on right now. It's like nearing end of quarter. On RRP is going to be ticking up. I don't think like the all-time high is out of reach here, but it'll be hard to get it today. It's really hard to sell negative GDP, you know? Why is negative GDP bullish? Um, it's not. Worse yet, not only was the final revision for quarter one GDP worse by like 0.3% than anticipated. But uh, like the GDP price indexes were sky high. Jobless claims did come down a little, but retail inventories moved. Didn't well, I guess inventories didn't move down as much as expected, but wholesale inventories did, which means that inventory padding on the inflationary effects of tariffs is starting to wear. I think durable goods was up quite a lot though. Isn't durables being up a sign of bad times? I think it's more a sign that people couldn't wait any longer, and so demand is turning up. I think a lot of people tried to load up and wait out the tariffs until there was some kind of resolution. But there's persistent demand that exists that has to be satisfied, and I think we're starting to see that hit. Thanks for the Generac call out. Up a silly amount. Nice. That's doing pretty good. It was mainly non-defense airplane. I think those orders were 238%. That's why I miss being here nonstop. I miss the fun stock callouts. I was just talking about the seasonality on Generac and how it was absurdly cheap relative to its usual performance during the summer. And now we're starting to get heat waves, and heat waves lead to storms, and storms lead to hurricanes, and hurricanes lead to power outages. My GNRSC calls are up 78%. Thank you. You got it, Jen. Delta more important when they want the prices to stay at these prices, right? Next week there's low delta, but gamma is relatively the same. Next week bearish. Mm, not necessarily bearish with the data you're presenting, but more opportunity for the market to pull back than this week. Although the next 2 days don't have a whole lot of gamma. Give me 1 second. All right. Still trading at 130. Hey, my stream card. That's right. Hmm. Support's mostly down at 61.15, 61.10. There's some still bought calls below spot. Sold puts to the upside have fallen off. So a little bit less of a push out there for now. Hmm. That's probably accurate, safer. How did I what? What do you mean? It was a bit of a dump. Have you put any thought to just consolidating the screen to only the top chart with the IV, gamma, and Gex curves plotted vertically along the sides? Yeah, I don't like that. We do have a new version of this page that we're working on currently, but it's not consolidated in that fashion. Admittedly, some of that is for the purpose of hand-holding people through data that they need to look at instead of looking at the data they want to look at. Because the MM's already carrying a big hedge, they don't really need to shed or add a lot on movements from strike to strike. Which volume's too low? Okay. What are you munching on? It's like sun-dried tomato, spinach, Gruyere, and a croissant. Actually, not bad. Surgery for my hammy went well. I got short-term disability coverage through work plan. Work insurance covering self-care injuries now. Do we think Luigi? Do you think he's the one who did it? Or do you just have an employer that's not a piece of shit? I don't think I've ever been there. Although, I don't go out to Queens very often. Tesla executive Musk confident Omid Afshar departs company. Who? Typing it in all caps isn't gonna help, man. Is that like the Saudi investor that got on really early? Like right after Elon bought Tesla? I mean, I'm sorry, totally thought of it all by himself. Whoops. Oh wait, he's not part of the government anymore. I can talk shit again. Does this thing show up on the green screen? No, no. I like how you act like you weren't talking shit at some point. I'm so respectful of our government. What are you talking about? Oh look, bounce. These are forever, you know. Lay low. Not worth it. I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory. It wasn't a bad pullback. It was like $10. We could still fail the lower high. Get too bullish too fast, AJ. That's why you suck at this. That and being annoying. You know that being annoying directly impacts your profitability, right? Oh my god. I'm super annoying. Something to think about. What about being classically handsome? Are we talking like, like Cary Grant? Or like, Clooney? John Hams is creepy. Oh, Jen, don't read about the things John Hamm has done. Except for Gherkin and myself, handsome men aren't to be trusted. I see how you're doing things. Smart. Are we going to 6,200 end of month? And why is the answer yes? End of this month? That seems like a stretch. Hmm. We're gonna push up from here. There's some bot calls at 35. The 30 and 25 calls took profit here, though. Continue to take profit. So we might get like a little bit of a downside move. Again. Hmm. Ooh, interesting. No downside gaps. Clooney has a pet pig, which is awesome, but did he teach it to trade options? I think not. Huh. You just bought puts, didn't you? No. What? Hmm. No. This is a precarious position. There's still a lot of bot calls at 35. Just kind of weird me out. Sold puts at 30. Some bot calls still back at 61.20. Mostly sold calls around 30 though. So if they get the sold calls in the money, they're a little bit supportive. But if they fail to get them in the money, this could break down again a little bit. I don't think it's going to break down a lot. I think they just need to buy calls in this range, which we did a little bit on the dip here, but maybe not enough. Kind of a shitty head and shoulders into a shitty inverse head and shoulders. None of this is particularly confidence inducing. Although if we tested 35, I might sell some spreads. Gamma of 15's turning a little bit negative. 20's 20 is kind of an important support level too. Dude, congrats on beefing up that low risk account by $1,000. I don't know what you're talking about. You have a low risk account? Okay. You guys know those rubber chickens? Yes, personally. Well, no, it's not quite the same. I have a rubber chicken pickle, but because of the fucking green screen, it just looks like a like a dildo. I can get rid of the green screen though. That's a pickle. Second failure, lower high. Yeah, I think this is where we get a little bit more of a pullback. Maybe. Slightly more convincing, at least. With enough determination, it can be both. True. You've been getting yourself lots of toys lately for a man that says having toys is childish. I never said that. Pull back to 6110. That's a bit ambitious. I guess if this failed, maybe a lower low, but I think that's kind of unlikely right now. Still a lot of support. Still a lot of sold puts at 6130. There are a few bot puts coming in at 20, maybe some at 25, but not aggressively. It makes me think they're gooning hard as fuck for 40. I mean, the Bulls definitely are. Not 40, but like all time high. I don't think the soul calls are squeezing off much. Most of what I see coming in is like more sold calls, sold puts, sold calls. Maybe some call buying at 30. But also just forming like another tiny head and shoulders. So you have like the big head and shoulders, and then that's making a tiny head and shoulders on the right shoulder. Nested head and shoulders. Yeah, but don't forget we're already above Viet on the monthly. So returns in this range are kind of weird. It just needs to not go any higher than that. perfect. Hmm. It's like someone's selling the 55-60 spread. There's still some put buying at 25. What's the highest we've ever closed above VN monthly? I've never measured it, but it's not a lot. 25p pricing up. Damn it, you beat me to it. I mean, I got it before it priced up, if that's what you mean. What's your cost basis? On what? Oh, on the 470. It's almost like a buck, so it's nothing special. You got me by 40 cents. I've also got to stop on it in case this fucking bounces again. I wonder if I can like tape this to my hat. Gert's squeezing and playing with his pickle. OnlyFans and YouTube stream getting closer to conjoining. It's the same shit every day. Bulls goon hard, some big fucker comes in and opens a huge cinch short, and then bulls push up against it. Yeah. Yeah, and then bulls sell off, reposition, and then blow out the upside short. Except yesterday, when I had 25 out of the money contracts. Then they just gave up like one tick before squeezing the fucking sold calls. I had 100? Yeah, but you're a fucking degenerate, quick name. It must be French bulls. Oh, this is a lot of chop. Alright, here we go. Back to all-time highs. I'm gonna get stopped out of my fucking puts here in a second. That was close. It's okay, they priced back up again. Yeah, the data this morning was kind of dog shit. Yep, stopped. Quadruple top? Ooh, slightly higher high. Maybe now they capitulate. Yeah, dude, sell all the calls. Ooh, I want to sell. I want to sell calls here. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think we can get to 60-50 today. At least not with the current positioning. 40 or 45 is possible. I'm selling calls here instead of waiting for VN. A couple. I don't trust that the bullish positioning here is not going to capitulate. The only thing really up here is like 6135 calls. There's quite a few of them. Um, and there's some sold puts at 30, which are slightly supportive, but technically this can pull back to like 6115 on profit taking, especially if we lose the 30. 20 levels getting less and less supportive. Bulls have that look in their eye. This is financial advice. Thanks, Alex. Anybody know what's up with Tesla drama? Executives getting fired and quitting. I mean, I don't know the details, but yeah, that's happening. Bot puts coming in at 6140. Still some bot puts back at 25 too. These don't seem to be getting shaken off. I feel like some in the money profit taking here could do some damage. Ball's picking up a little bit. Hmm. How realistic is it for SES to go over the weekly gamma max by end of month? Pretty unlikely. If it did, I don't think it would stay there very long. Remember, there's like not a lot of delta to the upside of 30. It's hard. It's hard to get above it. Like a little on the zero DTE, but if you go look at like the like into the end of the week or into like the end of the month, very thin. Not to mention Gamma Max isn't really pulling down, which means that no one's buying much in that out of the money range. Like Gamma Max moved up yesterday. Hey, look, another Head and Shoulders. I think most of this upside's still being driven by NQ, which has not failed its local trend, by the way. Well, actually, did it? Hmm. NQ's retesting its trend on the 5 minute here. Might be a little bit more bearish than I thought. Yeah, NQ hasn't had a pullback, really. Not a very significant, at least not a very significant one today. This range could be kind of interesting. Just on NQ itself. Pulling back to the 5 minute trends. If that failed, that could be hmm. Yeah, maybe keep an eye on that. A pullback to 61.15 would really make my week. Um, it's a big ask. There's definitely support could definitely form around like 20, 22, 22 or 20, but it's not impossible. The majority of downside sold puts are at like 105 and 110 and 115 are fairly equivalent. There's not a lot of sold puts at 120. So maybe not impossible to test it, but it probably wouldn't last long. The demand for selling more puts would probably be very high. But here, 32 and 27 downside signal and then confirm. Also, the call buying at 30 doesn't seem to be easing up too much. What's up, Anthony? Negative GDP sound like recession? You need one more negative, yeah. One more negative GDP. On a 1 to 10, how healthy do you think the market is? Everything seems kind of grim, albeit not as grim as last week. We're hitting consecutive green days, an all-time high. I mean, we pumped on the end of the Iran-Israel conflict. I think a lot of this is still on the back of that pump. And gamma's like positive enough that the shitty data from this morning didn't affect things too much. Although I will say that if we start to see CPI and PPI move up, that's going to shake things up a lot more. Remember that the GDP report is for last quarter. Yeah, yeah, I've seen the inverse head and shoulders on Soxel. I still think there's a chance that we get like a little correction, either probably after the end of the month, like first half of July, maybe not so great or kind of flat, and then maybe we see some downside into the middle of like July, like second week on. It's not the OPEX week. OPEX is third Friday. Second week's starting from the 7th. Don't forget reciprocal tariff deadline is on the 7th, and we have zero fucking trade deals. Also, if Congress doesn't pass the budget and it has to go back to committee, that's going to be like, that's going to put us way closer to the X date for the Treasury, which is out in August. For an administration that basically fucks up everything they do, assuming that they're going to get all of those things done on time is probably a big ask. I don't know if it matters if Trump delays again. I don't think the market will keep pricing in best case scenario if he does. Put flies for tomorrow, 70 cents. Huh. Interesting. What data do we have tomorrow? I feel like if we get a pullback from here, it's going to be deeper than that. We have core PCE tomorrow. I don't think PCE is going to go up all that much yet. Michigan consumer. Final revision. Do you notice that the improvement in inflation expectations on the Michigan report last well, I guess not last, the week before last, uh was not mathematically possible? Yes. Okay. I need to go look at that again. Because I noticed it and I was like, that's weird. But now, yeah, I feel like I need to revisit that. Basically, like 100% of the participants in the survey would have had to have said that they thought inflation was coming down. You should be hearing something on Discord audio. Yeah, I think it's working. I cut out. Oh, that's got to be like a Discord issue. Let me try to restart this stage. All right, that should be better. Price of 10 pounds of oil at Costco is $7.87 now. I've never seen that price before. It's always at $9.99. Hit $11.99 during inflation. So you're saying oats are cheaper? No problem. Would you say that risk is mispriced currently? VIX 16 is like all these events are going to have no ill effects on the market, which they probably won't because clown, but still. I mean, VIX is largely at 16 right now because 30, like 60 and 90-day historic volatility are still really high, which is disincentivizing like shorting further out. Like the 30-day IV relative to 60-day returns is really, really fucking low. And so dangerous to short, at least from a risk perspective. So I think VIX would probably be a lot lower um, if we get out to like the 60-day window without volatility moving up. But the 10-day HV is starting to tick higher. And these like overnight 50-point moves aren't gonna they're not gonna help like short-term historic vol or realized vol is gonna rise. Like we're not getting flat days, which is means variance isn't going to be very stable, and that's gonna keep the price of shorter-term implied volatility a bit higher. Also encourage like long volatility positioning. Great call on end phase. Yeah, came back. Generac also. Generac's killing it. I should have bought more of that. Maybe I'll get another pullback to like 32 and I can buy the dip. Probably not. Oh man, that's weird. The spreads I sold like didn't price up as high as the first high. The call selling here is pretty aggressive. Like I sold I'll show you guys. I sold some like 40-45 spreads on the first What the fuck is it? First upside test? Back here? And they're worth like 8% more now, basically at the same price I sold them at. And that's not just the decay, because they're spreads. Like, someone's selling the fuck out of those options. PT on end phase? If it breaks out this time, the longer dated positioning on it was out at, hold on, I have it charted. The longer dated positioning was out at like 46.85, which is the first PT from the last time I entered it. I would probably want to make sure that it breaks the trend. Like, that's confirmed would be above like 43. But like 46 and 51 are fairly important upside levels there. Possibly it could get out higher, but I think it would need some more substantial news than just the positioning that's there. NQ's still trading flat after losing its upside trend. So not yet failing. For positioning on SPX, still bot calls at 35. Some at 45. Bot puts at 40. Still some in the money bot calls around like 25 and 20. But I will say that some of the 30 and 40 calls are capitulating. NQ dropped to a local low with a little bit of volume on the 5-minute. God, 30 and 25 are pretty fucking supportive. I actually think if we lose 27, we probably could get a big move down. Because all of that delta would go back out of the money. That would probably be pretty significant. Remember, the downside is more liquid because there's more delta below us. And so, like, the cover bid on the downside move kind of spins the other way. At least down to, like, Vega neutral on the monthly. The MM isn't likely to come in and buy much of the dip. Paul Sminas, welcome aboard, man. Hit me up in the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Left a gap at 32.86 to the upside. I think we're filling the gap pretty quickly too. That might be a decent sign for a pullback. Hmm. Hmm. 1 cent off. $32, $27, and then supporting it. The trend on SPX also failed. It's retesting now, but it did fail. Hmm. Delta flips back at 113. Gamma flips at 110. Downside supports are just 30, 25. Mostly 30. Hmm. NQ's looking bearish while SPX looks bullish. Yep, a little bit. Well, NQ is looking kind of bearish while SPX is flat. I think it might be more accurate. It's interesting. We still have a lower high here. Only by a few cents, but lower high all the same. And NQ's pushing for a new local low. Yep. Tech is well overdue for a little bit of a pullback, honestly. Ooh, NQ selling off a little harder. Back to 22.6. Remember, 32 signal, 27 confirm. That's what we got going on here. Almost no capitulation on the 35 calls. Still bot calls in the money, 25.20. Still calls at 30. It's going to be hard to lose 27. I'm not gonna throw all my money at futures trying to break resistance. Let's say you get short squeezed by a dealer. Not even for the boys. That's why no one will remember. You guys don't even know my fucking name. It's Craig. Oh, we retested the upside and failed. Let's see if we're getting some puts bought back here. Some asshole is still buying the 6140 call. They're fucking not giving up on that at all. We do have bot puts coming in. 35.30, 25.20. A few of them, at least. Dixie getting murdered? A little bit. NQ's testing the lower trend on the 5-minute. Failed it a tiny bit, but hasn't broken down yet. We lose 2750. What do you think? Like 15 next support? Yeah. Yeah. 20, 22, 15 in there. Like the low for the day is probably supportive. Less than it was earlier, though. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm confident, but NQ did lose its lower trend, so there's a chance this fails. A little small one. If NQ continues to sell off, it won't really matter how bullish they are on the rest of it. No, not 6K end of day. Probably not 6100 either. Retest 32. Still quite a lot of puts being bought. 30, 25, 20, 35. Synthetic short came in at 6150. There's some resistance at 150. What do you mean, did I become bullish? Stop shattering our dreams. Can we just like focus on trying to lose 30 first? That seems to be difficult enough. NQ's still holding above 22.6. Although vol is picking up a little bit to the downside. It's not picking up a lot. Mm, huh. Yeah, auction in 2 minutes. Yesterday's 5-year auction wasn't great. It'll be interesting to see what the seven's not as big, but it'll be interesting to see what it looks like. These consistently failed upside tests are probably a good sign. Well, that'd be nice to see us lose 30. There are sold puts being bought back at 30 and 35 here. News. Press suck. 7-year yield 4.2024 before $44 billion auction. Fitch raises near-term oil and Henry Hub gas price assumptions. Mm. There's a press conference, you might as well pay attention to it. The Pentagon today, and also some intelligence that was shared by the president himself on True Social today, specifically about those trucks that were seen in satellite imagery outside of that nuclear site in Bordeaux.
from that site several days before those strikes happened. The president saying that's simply just not possible. They are in full court press mode here, trying to push back on that leaked information earlier this week. Then there is also this search for the leaker. The White House hasn't publicly said that they believe this leak came from Capitol Hill. However, they have said that it happened shortly after some information was shared with Congress. And then, of course, we saw those classified briefings that were delayed shortly after. So they're going to start limiting information, classified information that is shared with Congress. And there might be some questions today about how they'll decide what information that they will limit and how lawmakers will feel about that, because, of course, Congress has oversight privileges as well. And Deputy AG Todd Blanche, by the way, told Fox News last night, or Ingram, that they are ready to go after and charge really anyone.
That was the auction.
They're a member of Congress.
Bid to cover 2.53, so decent demand. I don't think she's speaking. She wasn't speaking into like a microphone. It was like she's just like talking off to the side in the room. You can barely hear her. Yield at auction 4.022.
I forgot to wear mine like 2 weekends ago, and it's something like that. I feel like most people
JJ, for you, anything, JJ. Come on. Come on. We all have work to do. Come as early as we can.
Colin, congratulations on you. Good to see you.
In May.
In May?
Well, yeah, we just
Where'd you go?
got back from Portugal like a month ago.
Oh, that's amazing. Awesome. So great.
Yeah. You're doing great.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
Uh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you. With President Trump as commander-in-chief, the world is a much safer place. After decades in which past presidents coddled and enabled the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, President Trump finally ended the immediate threat of a nuclear Iranian regime. Following President Trump's command, the most powerful military in the history of the world executed massive precision strikes on 3 of the Iranian regime's key nuclear facilities. The objective of Operation Midnight Hammer was to destroy the regime's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the grave nuclear threat posed to the United States, Israel, and the rest of the free world. The mission, which will go down in the history books, was an overwhelming success. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Razor Kane covered the operation
Fucking Midnight Hammer
this morning at the Pentagon, and I encourage every American to watch it. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the United States of America has the greatest, fiercest, and bravest armed forces ever to stride the face of this earth, and we couldn't be more grateful and proud of our nation's warriors. The Iranian regime was weeks away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon that would threaten the entire world before President Trump took this decisive action on Saturday night to obliterate their nuclear capabilities. The contrast in leadership could not be more clear. Barack Obama and Joe Biden sent pallets of cash, American taxpayer dollars, in a failed attempt to buy the Iranian regime's compliance with a weak and ineffective deal. President Trump sent a fleet of American warplanes to destroy Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon. The United States and the entire world are safer because of this president's decisiveness. Despite agenda-driven leaks by the fake news media aimed at undermining this incredible accomplishment achieved by President Trump and our brave fighter pilots, there is broad consensus emerging already that Iran's nuclear capabilities were indeed destroyed. The United States, Israel, the United Nations, and even Iran all agree they can no longer build a nuclear weapon. So why did the president immediately turn to obliterating after the Iranian nuclear threat? Securing peace. Within 48 hours of the devastating strike, President Trump and his team brokered a historic ceasefire between Israel and Iran and officially ended the 12-day war. The Middle East is now shifting away from chaos and bloodshed and moving toward the beginning stages of a new era of peace and stability that President Trump has long called on them to achieve. This was unthinkable at this time last week, and this is what peace through strength looks like. Under President Trump, America will relentlessly advance our interests without being dragged into endless wars. His fearless leadership guarantees America is once again respected across the world. Just look at what he was able to accomplish at the NATO summit in the Netherlands. Many of you were there. Our allies agreed to invest 5% of their GDP annually in defense because President Trump demanded it. This will be the most significant reinforcement of NATO's collective defense in the history of the NATO alliance. And as a result, the United States of America will carry less of the burden, and our NATO allies will be stronger than ever before. As NATO Secretary General Ruda put it, for too long, one ally, the United States, and our taxpayers, I may add, carried too much of the burden of that commitment. And that changes today. President Trump made this change possible. We will produce trillions more for our common defense to make us stronger and fairer by equalizing spending between America and our allies. This is the Trump effect. This is what the president meant when he declared that America is back. Now, back here at home, Americans are paying much cheaper prices for gasoline this summer, as both the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times pointed out today. Here's how the Wall Street Journal put it. Hitting the road this summer won't bring as much of a big hit to your wallet. The national average for a gallon of regular gasoline is about 23 cents cheaper than this time last year. Analysts say plentiful supply is expected to keep prices down in the coming months. These are the cheapest gas prices at this point of the summer since 2021. And despite all the doom casting from liberal pundits, oil prices on Tuesday were lower than before the Israel-Iran conflict began. As President Trump continues to unleash American energy, our country will have even more efficient, reliable, and affordable energy to protect our national security and fuel our people. Later this afternoon, here at the White House, the president will host a One Big Beautiful event in the East Room to rally Republicans to get the One Big Beautiful bill across the finish line. At that event, he will be joined by everyday Americans from across the country who will massively benefit from the common sense policies and provisions within this bill. This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Families will see an average increase in take-home pay of more than $10,000 per year. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will see a 15% tax cut. Overtime and tipped workers will save thousands of dollars annually. And our amazing seniors will receive historic financial relief by reducing the tax burden on their Social Security benefits. Simply put, this bill is going to unlock the golden age of America. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Senate and the House to see this bill on the president's desk for signature by Independence Day. Here in our new media seat today, we have Colin Anderson with the Washington Free Beacon, who will kick off our question and answer. Colin, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. We reported yesterday on a briefing from the Israeli defense minister in which he said the U.S. and Israel are working together to monitor any attempts from Iran to rebuild their nuclear program, and also that if Iran was to do so, the U.S. and Israel would work together to once again destroy that nuclear program. Is that aligned with the president's thinking?
Look, the president, as I said in those opening remarks, Colin, and thanks for being with us today, views the Middle East on its way to peace and prosperity. And the president used strength on Saturday night. The whole world saw that the United States is indeed the most lethal fighting force in the world with those precision strikes on Saturday evening. But the president wants peace. He always has. And right now we're on a diplomatic path with Iran. The president and his team, namely Special Envoy Witkoff, continue to be in communication with the Iranians and especially our Gulf and Arab partners in the region to come to an agreement with Iran. As for our alliance with the State of Israel and that friendship and that partnership between the United States and the State of Israel, I would argue it has never been stronger. And we see a new era in which perhaps some of these Gulf and Arab states can sign on to the Abraham Accords. That was one of the president's most signature accomplishments in his first term, and he'd like to see more of those countries sign on in this second term. And so we look forward to sustaining a long and durable peace in the region, and the president wants to do that through a diplomatic solution. But as he proved on Saturday night, he's not afraid to use strength if we need to do it. Gabe.
Thanks, Caroline. The president mentioned in a Truth Social post that no enriched uranium was moved from Fordow. What about the other two sites, Isfahan and Natanz, and how can the president be so sure that no uranium was moved?
Well, what I can assure you is that the United States and our intelligence agencies and Director Ratcliffe and the president's entire national security team were obviously watching these sites very closely in the weeks and the days leading up to the attack on Saturday, which I will add was one of the most secretive and successful operations in United States history. I think many of you in this room would agree with that because none of you in this room knew about the strike on Saturday until it took place. So we were watching closely, and there was
They're so proud that they didn't literally tell everyone
prior to the strike.
vis-a-vis Telegram.
One more thing, Caroline. Next week,
It's like, look at us, we didn't leak the secrets.
Iran didn't mention any details, and Iran has not confirmed them. Can you share any details about any potential talks next week?
We don't have anything scheduled as of now, but I spoke to our Special Envoy Witkoff at length this morning, and I can assure all of you we continue to be in close communication with the Iranians and through our intermediaries as well, namely the Qataris, who have been an incredible ally and partner throughout this entire effort. And as I said, this administration is always focused on diplomacy and peace, and we want to ensure we can get to a place where Iran agrees to a non-enrichment civil nuclear program. And there are many other requests that the United States has. Those details continue to really, they're just starting. Of course, the operation was just on Saturday night, but we are in touch And if there is a meeting, we will let you know, as we always do. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Is two, one on trade. On the July deadline that's coming up for the trade deals, is that deadline still hard and fast for the president, or is he now considering even
Vol's
trade
moving
deals
up
after that deadline, and where is he on that going forward?
I think the president has been asked this quite a few times by many of you in the media. I've heard him answer it at press conferences and at gaggles. He just spoke about it on Air Force One. The deadline is not critical. The president can simply provide these countries with a deal if they refuse to make us one by the deadline, and that means the president can pick a reciprocal tariff rate that he believes is advantageous for the United States and for the American worker, and he will continue to do that. But as for the deals, our United States Trade Ambassador, Jameson Greer, I speak to him frequently. He's working very hard, and he has had very good and productive discussions with many of our key trading partners.
And on the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's conversations on the Hill right now about the Medicaid cuts. Yeah, I'm curious if the final bill that the president's been talking about comes to him and it has Medicaid cuts in it, will he sign it, or would he rather just Congress do away with those cuts?
I think our friends in both the Senate and the House know exactly where the president stands on Medicaid. He wants to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, and they are working to do that in the Senate right now. Jennifer.
Follow up on that, on the big beautiful bill, is there enough time for Congress to work through the issues it needs to work through? I'm saying, does the president need to move back his deadline a little bit?
We expect that bill to be on the president's desk for signature by July 4th. I know that there was a ruling by the Senate parliamentarian this morning. Look, this is part of the process. This is part of the inner workings of the United States Senate, but the president is adamant about seeing this bill on his desk here at the White House by Independence Day.
And then on Israel, is there a date set for the Prime Minister to visit the White House yet? Is he coming in a couple weeks?
There isn't a date, but the Prime Minister has expressed interest in coming to the White House to meet with the president and come to Washington. The president is obviously very open to that, but we don't have a date. When we do, we'll let you all know. Kate.
The president suggested he was open to sending more Patriot air defense missiles to Ukraine. Is that going to happen, and were there any other assurances that he made directly to Zelensky when they met?
I'll let the president speak on that. That was a private conversation between he and President Zelensky, but the meeting was a good meeting, and it was a meeting towards progress, and the president, as he said, repeatedly wants to see this war come to an end, but I'll let him speak on that specific
And
point.
Witkoff yesterday suggested that there would be more countries signing on to the Abraham Accords. What's the timeline on that, and which countries specifically is the administration looking to have sign on?
Well, the president is certainly hopeful that more countries in the region will sign on to the Abraham Accords. Again, we want to see a long, withstanding, endurable peace in the Middle East, and that's the way to do it. And when the president met with the new president of Syria, that was one of the requests that he made for Syria to sign on to the Abraham Accords. I don't have a timeline for you, but this administration wants to see that happen, and our partners in the region should know that. Rachel.
Thanks so much. Just to follow back up on the meeting that the president mentioned about wanting to have this meeting with the Iranians next week. Clearly there's a willingness here from the administration to want to meet with Iranian officials. What is the holdup here in trying to schedule it? Are you experiencing any resistance from the Iranians?
No, have some patience. We just had this strike on Saturday night. The president secured a ceasefire. A lot has happened in the last week. He was just in the Netherlands. Now he's back home to have a big event this afternoon on the One Big Beautiful Bill and get our domestic priorities across the finish line. So we'll get there, and like I said, we're in constant communication.
And just one more, just the goal of the meeting. The president mentioned yesterday that it may not be necessary to have an agreement with the Iranians. What is the purpose, what would be the goal of this meeting?
Again, to continue moving forward towards a long-standing peace in the Middle East. Jordan.
Yes, Caroline, thank you. So the president had some harsh words for both Israel and Iran on Tuesday as he was departing from the NATO summit after they both violated the ceasefire. He said, what's your response to Americans who are worried the peace isn't going to last and think that Israel is trying to plunge us into another endless war on their behalf?
I think the fact that the president was able to successfully negotiate a ceasefire when nobody thought that was possible, it was a surprise to everyone in this room, it was a surprise to the world, but the president got it done because he wants to see peace in this world. He does not want the United States to be dragged into these conflicts. Again, he's not afraid to use strength if he has to, but the president has already proven he can put America first and deliver on peace at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive goals.
And then one more. After Carrie Lake, she testified in the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the waste, fraud, and abuse and the rot, really, in Voice of America and USAGF. The president called for Congress to kill it. What does that look like, and is the president willing to sign an executive order?
Well, I believe that that action would have to be legislative through Congress, and the president directed Congress to get that done in his Truth Social post yesterday. If there is any executive action that can be taken to cut some of the waste, fraud, and abuse or do away with the program entirely, I'm sure our great Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, is already looking into it. And if it can be done, it will be done here at the White House. But Congress should act as well. To the back. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, Caroline, thank you. The administration has said
To the back, and then Carrie, I'll come to you.
Yeah, the administration said that the DIA report was low confidence intel. Can you share what other assessments are currently underway to get to the bottom of just how effective these strikes were?
Yes. Well, I can assure you what the CIA director said, that when we look at the entirety of the intelligence that we have to this date, it concludes that these strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities were absolutely successful. It was a total obliteration, as the president said, and not only does our own intelligence say that, but also the Iranian foreign minister has said that. We saw Israel conclude the same thing based on their own intelligence. We also had the United Nations say that as well. So I think the only other time the United Nations, Israel, Iran, and the United States has agreed on something is that the sky is blue, but they all agree that Iran's nuclear facilities were completely demolished. And I would just like to reemphasize, you mentioned this was a low confidence preliminary intelligence assessment, and the entirety of that assessment was not leaked to the media. Only tidbits of that assessment were leaked to CNN. And we have seen this playbook run before, where you have people in the intelligence community, or perhaps on Capitol Hill, we don't know, but I believe the FBI is investigating to find out who that leaker was, because it's illegal, and they should be held accountable for that, leaked bits and pieces of an intel assessment to push a false narrative. And it's to the same reporter, I will add, Natasha Bertrand of CNN, who has done this in the past. In 2020, it was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. We all know that's not true, right? We can all agree on that now. That was a lie from the intelligence community. Also in 2020, this same reporter, Natasha Bertrand, wrote that a top intel agency ruled out the man-made lab leak theory of the coronavirus origins. Again, the president was right about that. This reporter wrote a lie from the intelligence community to seek a narrative she wanted to prove, and guess what? We now know that's the truth. Also, in 2024,
do we?
Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax. She also pushed the fine people hoax, which was taking the president's words
Double negative
out of context. And then last October, and I believe this is notable, Natasha Bertrand published an article in Politico from the intelligence agency. She said that John Ratcliffe was speaking without any evidence when he said Iran was attempting to undermine President Trump's presidential campaign. And then we, of course, found out that was absolutely true. In fact, the Biden administration declassed an intel report which said they had high confidence that Iran had done exactly what Ratcliffe alleged. They did run an influence campaign to hurt President Trump's candidacy. In fact, we know the Iranians tried to take President Trump's life. And so this is a reporter who has been unfortunately used by people who dislike Donald Trump in this government to push fake and false narratives. She should be ashamed of herself. And that's not what reporting is. Journalism is trying to find the facts and the truth. And this week we saw this same reporter being used to push a fake narrative to try to
says the
undermine
biggest
president
liar
of
in the
United
press.
States. And more importantly, the brave fighter pilots who conducted one of the most successful operations in United States history. And I think the American people fully know that this operation was a complete and total success. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. The Miami Herald recently published a story saying the Trump administration was targeting migrant foster children. The Trump administration has denounced this as false. Could you clarify the Trump administration's position on protecting migrant children, particularly the 300,000 lost under the Biden administration?
Yes, I saw that Miami Herald article yesterday, and I was aghast at the headline. It's egregious to accuse this administration of trying to target foster children. That is not at all what is happening at the Department of Homeland Security. And I learned that the Department of Homeland Security actually tried to work in good faith with this reporter to get this story right, to explain that this administration is trying to protect foster children. We are trying to keep children out of harm's way, even if that means their parents are not law-abiding citizens. We want to protect children, unlike the previous administration, which allowed children to be trafficked, and raped, and in some cases killed because of the open border policies. Unfortunately, the Miami Herald just completely degraded themselves with this report, despite having a full list of facts from the Department of Homeland Security. It's another example of fake news. And the May border numbers speak for themselves. Not a single illegal alien was allowed into this country because of this administration's border policies in the month of May. That means not a single child was allowed into this country, possibly with human smugglers or human traffickers. And we know that was happening at the rate of thousands and thousands of children every single month in the previous administration for 4 years. And you didn't see any reporting of that from the Miami Herald, but now they're trying to accuse this administration. And we tried to give them the facts, and they refused to report them. So thank you for bringing that report to light. Aisha.
See you again.
You too.
I know you were looking for
You're
this.
usually on the Hill.
I know, I'm here today. I know you were looking for this leaker. Is it your belief, I know you said earlier you're not sure if it's on Capitol Hill or at the Pentagon, but is it your belief that it might be in Capitol Hill, and how confident are you that you'll find this leaker?
Well, I'm not personally looking for the leaker. The FBI is looking for the leaker, so you'll have to ask them in the Department of Justice in terms of this investigation. But you know, leaking top secret classified intelligence is a crime, and people need to be held accountable for that crime.
Can I just ask you about how you're going to be limiting intel to Congress? What would you say to lawmakers who say they have oversight privileges, they need this information?
This administration
Any chance of failing 5130?
is
Sure.
not ending up in irresponsible hands, and that people who have the privilege of viewing this top secret classified information are being responsible with it. And unfortunately, clearly, someone who had their hands on this, and it was a very few people, few number of people in our government who saw this report, that person was irresponsible with it, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to strengthen that process to protect our national security and protect the American public. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
You just laid out a lot of different stories about disinformation that Natasha, excuse me, that Natasha Bertrand had pushed during her time at Politico and at CNN. Why would any member of the Trump administration leak anything to her?
Well, again, as I just said, we're investigating who that leaker was. It could have been someone in the intelligence community, or it could have been someone on Capitol Hill who had access to this document. The FBI is searching for that person. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was
And
obviously...
clearly it was done to undermine the president, to answer your question.
And I'm sorry, I really wanted to follow up on that really quickly. Before the strikes on Iran, we saw a number of other leaks about Tulsi Gabbard, the Vice President Vance. Is there an effort to divide the president's team when it comes to these leaks and which reporters they choose?
I do believe there's an effort on the outside of this building to try to divide the president's team on the inside, and sometimes you have to look at these headlines and laugh.
Oh,
I've been in
victims.
meetings where I know these things are absolutely not true, and again, we do our best here, I believe, to try to push back and correct the record with all of you, but there is fake reporting. That's just
Pete
the
leaked
reality
it again.
of this country, unfortunately, but I can assure you the president's team is strong, especially the national security team. Everyone is very proud of the president, of our commander-in-chief, and of our military for the successful operation that took place on Saturday night.
Thanks, Caroline. The President was obviously very pleased with getting his NATO allies to increase defence spending. He's made the same demands of Asia-Pacific allies of the United States, including Australia, where I'm from. How does the NATO result impact negotiations with Asia-Pacific allies? Does it, for say, strengthen the President's resolve to say, well, you know, our NATO allies have done it,
Very
now
close.
you need to do it too?
Yeah, I mean, look, if our allies in Europe and our NATO allies can do it, I think our allies and our friends in the Asia-Pacific region can do it as well. But as for our specific relations in those discussions, I'll let the president speak on those.
And can I just ask as well, when he had to leave the G7 early, he missed out on a number of bilateral meetings that were scheduled with other world leaders, including the Prime Minister of Australia. Obviously, President Zelensky, he's managed to meet since then, but are there plans afoot to make up for those meetings with the world leaders that he missed out on?
Yeah, I think many of those world leaders understood the situation happening in the Middle East and the urgency and the need for the president to get back to Washington to monitor that situation. And obviously that was the right call, considering the success of not only the operation on Saturday night, but also the
What calls
ceasefire
did
that
you
the
sell?
president has since brokered on behalf of not just our country.
Did you sell calls under 40?
But he has made up a couple of those meetings, and he has had direct.
No,
calls
Van
from some
Kalk's
of the
are right.
leaders he was supposed to meet with as well. Not all. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. So to clarify on trade, so what happens to the countries other than China on July 9th?
That's a decision for the president to make, and I will let him make it.
Okay, and secondly, so now that oil is just about upper $60s a barrel, when's the administration going to start refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
That's, again, a decision for the president to make and our Secretary of Energy. There's no imminent plans to do that, from what I understand. But as you have seen with the plummeting of oil prices in this country, it's because this president and our Department of Energy have really tapped into our resources here.
God, how can I turn the treble down on her voice?
That totally hampered our domestic energy efforts, but totally robbed and drained our strategic petroleum reserves. So
no
when
mid
the time is right, the
or
president
low.
will make that decision.
It's
But
just
right
all
now, we are
highs.
utilizing the resources that God blessed us with right here in our country to produce energy for our people.
Yeah, one more if I could. On the one big beautiful bill, does the president believe the parliamentarian of the Senate should be removed?
I haven't spoken to him about that, and I'll let him speak on it. However, again, he knows this is part of the process and the inner workings of the Senate, and he wants to see this bill done, and he remains very much engaged in these conversations and in this process with lawmakers in both the Senate and the House side, and the whole White House does as well. In the back. Yes, Libby.
Thank you, Caroline. Earlier today, the president stated that these photos out of Bordeaux that were showing nuclear materials being removed, suspected of showing that, were just concrete workers. What intelligence is that based upon?
Look, the president shared that statement with all of you, and I already answered the question about whether uranium was moved prior to the strike, and the answer is no.
Is there a chance that the DIA report becomes public at any point?
I don't think this administration is going to get into the habit of sharing classified, top-secret information. Those classifications exist for a reason, and I wish everyone who had the privilege of looking at these documents would respect that. Daniel?
Thank you, Caroline. You've been emphatic that the president's expectations for the one big beautiful bill to hit that July 4th deadline. You had a big meeting on Capitol Hill yesterday with the Republican Study Committee. Did you walk away from that meeting pleased with what you heard?
I think they have that extension, maybe.
Is able to meet that the expectation of the president.
Yes, I did. The camaraderie at the Republican Study Committee was great. Members, expressed, their feelings about the bill, but as we saw, the bill passed through the House, despite many people believing it could not. So the House is ready.
She's down about,
take
what,
this bill
15
back from the
pounds
Senate
so
to
far?
pass it and bring it to the president's desk.
I think
So
she's going to crack
the
in the next,
Republicans
quarter.
are very unified, and we also talked about the mayoral race in New York City and how the victory of the Democratic primary candidate really shows how far left and unhinged the Democrat Party has become. And Republicans truly are on the right side of every issue in this country. We are on the side of no men in women's sports, on the side of low taxes, secure borders.
Now that's an event contract.
And the unity was
You guys
strong,
ever
the
seen The
camaraderie
Boys?
was high,
You
and
know
everyone
the
looks
press
forward to
secretary
being here
for
at
the
White House for the bill
superheroes,
signing,
who's always pulling all her own hair out?
The Supreme Court ruled
Same
yesterday
thing.
that South Carolina is allowed to deem Planned Parenthood is not a qualified health care provider, and that will block it from receiving Medicaid funds. Does the White House have a statement on that ruling, and would the president support a standalone bill from Congress to defund Planned Parenthood at a federal level rather than letting each state determine it?
I'll let the president speak on that legislative priority, but as for the Supreme Court ruling, the president has always maintained that Americans should not be forced to violate their conscience and their religious liberty by having their tax dollars fund abortions, and we're glad the Supreme Court ruled on that side today, or yesterday.
Then on Iran, but on a domestic matter, in January, President Trump revoked security details for several former administrations, including Mike Pompeo, Mark Milley, and John Bolton. Given the heightened tensions with Iran right now, is he considering restoring those security details?
That's not under consideration right now. Fran.
If I could follow up on trade, and then I have a question about the bill as well. Are you saying at this point that there's no plans to extend that July 8th and July 9th deadline? I mean, especially with everything that's been going on, from Iran to the tax bill on Capitol Hill, is that under consideration at all at this point?
Perhaps it could be extended, but that's a decision for the president to make.
And as far as the bill itself goes, since the president has been back, What has he been doing beyond the event that he's having later today to try and get wobbly senators on board? Is he making phone calls, twisting arms? Is he having some people over to the White House? Can you tell us more about that effort?
There have been meetings at the White House this week. I saw some senators rolling out of the Oval Office the other day, and the president remains on the phones talking to his friends in the Senate when necessary, and when they call, he picks up the phone. And I think that's why they greatly trust and respect his leadership. And we're having that big event later this afternoon at 4 o'clock. I would encourage you all to tune in. We're going to have some great everyday Americans who are in attendance. We'll have some tipped delivery drivers. I think we're going to have a barber from the great state of Arkansas here in attendance. We're going to have some law enforcement officers, some Border Patrol agents, and Tom Homan will be speaking as well. So the point of this event is to show the American people how this bill works for them and how there are provisions in this bill that will change their lives.
Can you tell us which senators you saw rolling out of the Oval Office?
I'll let the president speak on that if he wish. I don't share details about his private meetings without his permission. Emily, go ahead.
Today, the Justice Department announced it was opening an investigation into employment discrimination at the University of California, alleging they had race and sex-based quotas. Federal law bars hiring somebody based on their race or sex, but do you also object to universities working harder to make sure they have a diverse group of candidates to consider, and do you expect more investigations like this from DOJ?
I have not seen that investigation from the Department of Justice, but I can certainly check in. What I can tell you, it's the position of this president that we want to restore a merit-based society and culture in the United States of America, where people are not hired nor are they promoted based on their color of their skin or their gender. The president wants people to be hired in the workforce because of their merit and their skill, and I think most Americans agree with that. I'll take one more. Carrie, because I promised you earlier.
So the Ayatollah Khomeini came out and said that Iran will, quote, never surrender to the U.S. That being said, what remains to do with the possible responses from Iranian proxies in the region and even in the U.S.?
Look, we saw the Ayatollah's video, and when you have a totalitarian regime, you have to save face. I think any common sense, open-minded person knows the truth about the precision strikes on Saturday night. They were wildly successful, and it's what led to the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, which the president is very grateful for. And the United States of America remains prepared to defend our assets and our personnel in the region. And again, I would just emphasize the success of the strike that took place on Saturday night, and the world is a safer place because of it. Thanks, guys, for coming today, and you'll see the president at 4 o'clock. Thanks.
Hmm. $22,650, yes. Getting close to that 40 test. It's going to be tough to keep prices up here. Hmm. It's coming back for the win. No. Bunch of 40-45 calls closing out here. Still supported by sold puts, but I don't see any like more bullish positioning coming into the upside really. I guess the question is, do they just keep selling puts here? Puts sold above VN, problematic. Um, hmm. Yeah, we'll see what the effect of the profit taking is here. Run out of delta hard to the upside of 40. But there's still support back at the 30. So the puts are getting bought back now. I don't know, I feel like melting up on bad data is kind of just the norm. $61.30 put being sold pretty heavily here. The behavior on NQ is really weird. Elaborate to show you the price action's been very strange to the upside. Hold on. Like we broke the 5-minute trend, and then we just rode all the way up it to test like 22,650, and now it's maybe getting rejected again. Like that was a very concerted effort to drive prices up. I sold some more of the like 140, 45s. They weren't worth much though. Huh. Yeah, I sold a few for $2, and I sold two for $2, two for $1.50. Which is fine. Still a lot of fucking delta at 130 though. Losing 130 would be very significant, I think. I'm surprised there's not more concentrated profit taking. Like there's some, right? We definitely got like a round of profit taking here, but it still seems minimal. And like bulls definitely have the advantage of charm here, to an extent. Um, but definitely it's like a little hard to hold this, especially above 137. Hmm. Decent number of people here. Yeah, I should like this stream. um, hmm. Some calls being bought back at 50. I think we're out of the woods yet. What position do you have? I don't want to know. It's probably puts. Puts are so bad here. Do they have more likes or more GS subscribers? Same thing. Everyone was hedging all these bot puts. Is that why we keep climbing? There's what bot puts? All the puts are sold. The MM is long all the puts, so if we drop, they're gonna dump delta like crazy. But we need to lose the supportive levels that would trigger them to rebalance their hedge. Which we have not done. Right now, that's 35 and 30, especially 30. A little rejection here is nice. What are the odds of us losing 6130? Not great. Would you rather run into a real life black bear or AJ if lost in the middle of the forest? Oh, black bear? Because AJ would annoy me. I'm like, if I yell at the black bear, it would go away. Odds of losing 35. A little bit better. I think we could test 30. It's just losing 30 is going to be tough. How many years have you been yelling at AJ? 3.5. Why is it an awful week? Straddles have been pretty nice with the overnight moves. Does buying a deep in the money option affect the MM's buying or selling of the underlying more than an out of the money option? Can you explain? How does time factor in? Well, the immediate impact of delta is greater on an in the money option versus an out of the money option. So there's a larger immediate hedge. But the ongoing hedging flows for that option would decline the deeper in the money it goes because it would have less gamma and delta would be approaching 1. And as it moves towards expiry, if it remains in the money, there's even less hedging over time as it nears that expiry. Unless it were to fall out of the money near expiry, in which case there would be an immediate impact as well. Ooh, that's fucking spicy. That's not gonna last. Ooh, Fed Collins just said July is probably too early for a rate cut. Price action today is strange. Very high gamma, so like grindy price action with lots of support. No, we didn't get the all-time high. We got the 142, which is a bit strange. What did ES wake up to on that? 61.95. Can't believe it. I had a fucking sell order for another spread at 250 and it didn't fill. Piece of fucking shit. I sold a 6140 at 680, only $10 off the high. Market can crash now. I wish. That was a lot of volume. EU contemplates lowering tariffs on U.S. imports to woo Trump. EU leaders are set to debate how much they are willing to sacrifice to win over Trump at a meeting in Brussels on Thursday evening. Other concessions under consideration include lowering non tariff barriers, buying more American products, including LNG, and offering to cooperate with the U.S. to tackle its economic concerns about China, per the Wall Street Journal. Sounds like bullshit. New York Rep. Lalota, new SALT proposal from the Treasury had a lower income limit and lower indexing for inflation, with total 200 billion value versus the House bill's nearly 350 billion. Who dropped a boner on SPX? The Wall Street Journal? Yeah, news. Hmm. I will say, I don't think it's great news. Hmm. It's funny to read these headlines of what Levitt said on tariff after listening to it on stream. Headlines are giving it much more relevance than I would. What, the the EU discussion on tariff negotiations with Trump? They really sold the fuck out of the 30? Yeah, they did. Hmm. The dollar didn't give a shit. Man, the bear steepener is really rocketing up. Hmm. You know what? I think I want to get some Vega exposure soon. Left a gap at 61.39. NQ now outperforming ES by about 20 points. Bips. 20 bips. Did you just say Vega puts? Those are my favorite. They're not as cheap as I would like them to be, but they are kind of cheap. So, do you know correlation's not moving up today? Correlation peaked like this morning. So some dispersion pulling back. There's 42. Any calls squeezing? Not really. Yes, it's getting fairly close to a 6,200 test. SPX like $4 off the all-time high. Right? That's ES. $47.43. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Still selling a lot of puts. It's like 9,700 sold calls at 140 and 1,100 at 145. Sold about 6,800 of the 6130 put. A little bit over the peak of gamma here. With failing 40s now significant as well. Okay, so one more of those. $60.30 test still possible? Yeah. Although, watch out, we may get more news about a situation that currently changes nothing that is bullish. Some Wall Street Journal hack is virtually writing it as we speak. It's 220 right now. Gamma max on QQQ is like 54, 547. SPY is still way out of the money. Interesting. It's a little stair steps. Is it just every pullback? Yeah. Just buy the fuck out of every dip. It's IWM looking. Ooh, IWM got above delta neutral. It's probably kind of bullish. Down to 61.65, 61.80. Supported 25. Still looks like 45 is about as high as it can get. At least right now. End of day, that could open up a little bit more. This is wild. Shouldn't them selling puts cause this to drop? If they sell puts at 140 and 145, yeah. So far, though, they're not selling a lot of puts up here. Most of the sold puts are below VN, like 35, 30.
Put their pickle in my jar, Gherk. This is stupid.
At least for the 0
I want to
GT.
crash more now than ever. Let's price in the best case and pump on any news.
This is stupid. I
Hope
want
we
to
get
crash
1
more now
cent
than
short
ever.
of the
Let's
80.
price in the best case and
Yes,
pump
I
on
do
any
have some
news.
zero
If we
TPers.
get 0.1
PP5.
short of the all-time high, yes, oh god, I don't know if I want to read the rest. Yes, I do have some zero DTE puts. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. There's still a gap back at 139. Ow. Thanks, Costellosaurus. What's the purpose of this? There must be an end goal with the pump, right? De-risking? No, I don't think. I mean, there's some like profit taking that's ongoing out of the money, but I don't think it's very significant. Like we're not seeing huge moves in delta neutral or gamma neutral or anything. They're slightly drifting up on the weekly chain, but we're also getting closer to expiration for like a lot of the delta there. I'm so ready for everyone to proclaim victory in the face of crisis. Hmm. Lower high, yes. The second upside test. Puts and calls closing at spot. Oh, this is boring. No, this isn't window dressing for end of month is like would be on Monday, not now. Do we have the repo numbers for today yet? No. Yeah, ES has been basically just moving straight up since Monday. Some of this was squeezing short calls that came in, but we kind of ran out of those yesterday. And the overnight gap up just got us above resistance. Which is generally how these things play out. Like gap up above resistance, push as high as you can, and then net out before failing. It's usually not a quick process either. $51.60 end of day. No. So we have a gap to the upside at 43, gap to the downside at 39. Hmm. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month is just flat here. Hmm. Talk us through what you're seeing. I mean, there's just not a lot going on here. There's some call buying, there's some puts being bought back. No, like, significant volumes. There's some netting going on futures, but nothing really pushing down. The 35 and 40 put are being sold a little bit. Still adding sold puts to 61.30. The MM's about topped out here on hedging gamma. And they don't need to buy the dip, so I mean, theoretically, we could just chop here, like 40 to 45. But I would say that there's enough bleed in the bullish positioning that it's likely we get some kind of pullback. I'm just not really sure how far that's going to fall before they double down on more sold puts. Yeah, 0 DT. I'm pretty happy with my sold calls for now. I'm more worried if they try to position more out of the money, but so far they're not really doing much of that. Right now, quite a lot of puts are being bought at 650. It's like net about 1700 over the last 8 minutes or so. Which is going to increase the synthetic law or synthetic short at that strike, which will put downward pressure on spot where we're trading here if they keep building that position. But that's a really good trade, right? Like if you sell a shitload of puts and you're long calls and then you start entering like a synthetic short in the money as you close your positioning out, and then when you've collapsed enough of your positioning and price fails, you make money on your synthetic short. No problem, Jim. Well, nice, dude. $61.40. I don't think it's that hard to lose 40. Failing VN, failing like 32. Those are really important levels. Let's visualize it in option strat. Yeah, sure. I could show you. So I'm just gonna do right around spot because 12,108. So it's kind of like this. And if we look at the gamma on that, creates like a lot of gamma up here to the upside. That's negative. Pause. Well, yeah. This is actually flipped. Hold on. So that would be like the participant book. There. So what it does is it means that like if we drop, the will drop the gamma hedge very quickly. But to the upside, they don't really need to pick up more unless we get above like 61.50. Which has a little bit of downward pressure on price. And then as they add more and more puts, which they're still doing, now it's up to like 2,900. So that becomes even steeper. And as you move towards expiration, that gamma will fall off naturally. See how more and more gamma moves to the upside of spot as you move into close. And the dealer's hedge will, just fall off as it moves closer to expiration because of that positioning. I just sold 1,866 bets at spot. Just tell me we close below 30. I don't know about that. It'd be very, very hard to. If we do, we'd probably close at like 61.15 or 10. But I think it'll be very, very difficult to lose the 30 level. Ooh. Remember the gamma hedge on this only falls off to like 33, 34. And then the dealer is not dropping gamma anymore. Well, at least due to this position. I guess 25 right now. But as time decays, they'll pick up delta, or pick up gamma, back the other way. The delta's a lot more formidable looking. But probably a little less impactful. Thai and Cambodian troops have been deployed along disputed border after last month's deadly clash. Huh. Wild. NQ's getting kind of close to testing its trend again. I still think that there's a better chance for weakness on NQ than SPX. Or at least like NQ would be the leading move. That could maybe fall back to 22,630 or maybe even 22.6. I think that would be significant. Head and shoulders on EQ or ES. Not super far to fall though, just like a couple bucks. That'll be over. Mm. Unfazed parked at 42.99. Oops. Yeah, just still a little bit below delta neutral. Hard to get above 43 at the gamma near term. So, bunch of fucking sold puts at 45 and 50. Well, 45 is decent. Yeah, slow climbing gamma to the upside from here. Not too bad. But yeah, getting above delta neutral is important. Oh, did the beta boys know that they have the new vol tool? So you can see where all the puts are getting sold. That's fun. All before the 30th. Look at that. There. Way the fuck out of the money, though. On the majority of it. We'll try to get that out to the rest of you guys by like the start of next month. Like maybe the second week of July. Just gonna make sure it's good to go. So a couple weeks in beta, and then we'll try to get it out to everyone else. In 6 business days? What do you mean, yeah, right? Oh, for everyone who's in the beta, if you guys could run through it and see if you run into any bugs or anything like that, and let us know. Back below VN. Yeah, 30's still very important here. Hey, water bucket. My beta membership was merely a show of support for you guys because after almost a year, I still have no clue what I'm looking at in this thing. Oh no. Have you read the docs? Have you been to the roundtables? Where's gamma support under 30? There isn't any. That's why if we lose 30, it's really bad. I'm sure bulls will defend the fuck out of like 30 and 35. If they can. The only way they don't is if the momentum proves to be too much. In which case they'll just defend the fuck out of like 10 or 15 and bounce it back to 30. Hmm. I'm gonna lower a lower test here. So I think failure at the retest of 37 could be a little bearish. We did not bounce above 35. Kind of slipped it a bit. Some of that's just the momentum of like the gamma that falls off to the downside here. But still notable, I think. NQ fell through its trend. It has room to move down quite a bit. Local supports at 22,635 and 22 like 596.75. Hmm. Almost power hour. Ooh, interesting. My brother works for Microsoft and he does marketing and analysis. They want to run an ad with finance influencers. He's looking to get Roaring Kitty, but I told him he should look into Pi-Fi. Wait, Microsoft money? I'm down. As long as it doesn't interfere with our already existing partnerships with Microsoft. I'll shill the good stuff. The universe is pushing you to get better deals with Microsoft today. It's clear. Yeah. No, no, no. We don't want more people. Yes, we do. We just don't want them asking questions or being a nuisance. Can you let us buy private shares of Gamma Strike? No. All the ownership of Gamma Strike's already been distributed. Can't or won't? I mean, it's, yeah, you know. In sickness and in health. Till death of the company do us part. Yeah. So far, it's alive, so that's good. Doing something right. Just follow in the footsteps of the great Ryan Cohen and dilute those insider shares. It's too soon to threaten Dork with a good time. I do like the partial failure of this bounce. Although, I don't like that we have a lower or a higher low here. And a gap. The synthetic short at 61.50 seems to be doing just fine. But the downside pressure that exerts only lasts for a while. Ooh, bigger Head and Shoulders out on the 5-minute? That would be spicy. Left a gap at 36. We did fill the 39 gap though, and we still have a gap to the upside at 43, which might be concerning somewhat. Much more bearish here if we don't retest that left shoulder high. So staying under 61.39.46. Revenues fall hard if rates drop. I don't know anything about CRCL. And it puts on it were pretty good the other day when it hit like 300. But I don't know fuck all about the company. They do USDC. Why would rates drop? Or at least substantially. I don't see why rates would drop substantially. Left another downside gap. 38. So 38 and 36. Iran's foreign minister, Aragchi, there's currently no understanding for renewed discussions with the U.S. Iran is assessing with whether diplomacy with the U.S. is in its interest. What's reverse repo for today? Hmm. Oh, 38 counterparty is 252.43 billion. So up about 17% from yesterday. Yesterday was 210.88. Probably one more day of deposits there. Hmm. Do we get some profit taking now? So a small number of bot calls at 40 and 35. Some of the 40 are closing though. So are the 45s. Back and forth. A bunch of puts being bought back at 35 and 30. Ooh. Some of the 30 puts capitulating. That's interesting. Mm. $40 puts capitulating. Bot calls coming in at 45. 40 calls also selling off. I'd be careful of a reversal though. 25 and 20 puts getting pulled back a little bit. This might be far enough out of the money that it doesn't matter, but the 25 strike is very close to flipping negative. So get a little bit closer to the end of day. Alright, so we broke a little bit above the right shoulder. Now pulling back again. This level's important for a bounce. If we continue to fail, we would want to see a lower low to confirm, so under 61.3485. Ooh. Okay, that's a lot of puts getting bought back now. Interesting. Oh, and then sold all over again. Yeah, I know we broke 61.39. But then it sold off, so like we got some profit taking. So we'll see if the profit taking continues here. Bulls will try to probably bounce it. But other bulls will be taking profits, so we'll see who wins out. It doesn't matter. This is a bad confirm to short on. So if you were trying to play the downside, this is probably not where you'd want to do it. You'd want to wait for a breakdown at like 61.34. Something to squeeze the 30 puts. If the 30 puts get squeezed, then there's some downside. But up here, bullshit. Filled the downside gap at 138. Then there's a 136 downside gap, 136.50. And then there's a upside gap, 61.34.48 from earlier in the day, like back here. What time is that at? 13:26. So it's like right there. Right there. Which is just a little bit below our low. As far as delta goes, still stuck between 30-40. 40 put getting sold a bit here. Not a ton though. 4,600 puts sold at 35, 60 or 8,800 puts sold at 61.30. Calls at 35 getting bought back. I mean, even if they cut rates, that doesn't mean rates are going to fall. Look what happened the last times they cut rates. The Fed can really only control the bottom end of the curve. Like, they can cut near-term rates pretty effectively, but they're not going to be able to cut the long-term rates at the top end of the curve. And those are far more impactful on the credit markets. And slapping another, $3.6 billion or trillion dollars in deficits on top of our already enormous deficits, it's not going to be a great look for US debt. It's something to consider. I'm sure they're massively overvalued because stablecoins are horseshit. It reminds me of like all the crypto shit running this year. Just reminds me of like SPACs, like the peak of like SPAC mania in like 2021. The banks have to follow regulations because if they ease regulations, they blow themselves up because they're greedy fucks. Every time we've ever eased regulations, the banks immediately go and blow themselves up within like 2 years. And then we have to bail them out again at higher rates. So is that really what you want? You think they'll be better the fourth time around? Maybe the idea that reducing regulations on banks is fucking stupid. But you don't understand. Regulations steal money from me, the little guy. Yeah, man. They're really hurting you. Billionaires spend millions of dollars a year lobbying on your behalf because they love you in secret. Ooh, we failed 37 ago. That's nifty. I'd be a billionaire myself if we had no regulations. Sure you would. I'm not a billionaire. Think of all the Ohio day laborers getting hurt by bank reserve requirements. When market maker $20 dick slap? I think the market maker would like to $20, well, $10 dick slap. I don't know. We still haven't filled the 3650 gap. There's 2 gaps to the downside, I think. And then the opening gap, which is, much larger, but down at like 107 and nowhere near us. It's not a chicken, it's a pickle. And in 5 minutes, it's going to be a market signal. I wish that was the noise. Nuke, can you do me a favor and hack WeBull and insert that noise for my trades? Yes. When I buy puts, I want it to go like, and then when I buy calls, I want it to go like that. Oh my god, I hate the market so much. I wish Gamma were negative every day. We could just have $100 swings. Wouldn't rally on backside of distribution for no reason. My dog thinks the toy is making the sound on its own. He keeps turning his head left and right. He can't figure out what's going on. You need to buy him one. Rubber chicken pickle. I wonder if vig and neutral and the zero DTE would matter. Well, you couldn't get it because then it's expired by the time you know the OI. Hmm. Delta's becoming slightly less supportive. Just a little bit. Hmm. $150,000 calls traded with the 6140. Jesus fucking Christ. NQ retested its trend there. Air flag. Downside sold calls coming in at 35.30. Hmm. That might shift things a little bit. Solana doing? Interesting. Maybe on the 135 strike is moving up. And the 130. Hmm. 34 minutes left? I mean, someone's either buying puts at 35 or 130, or buying to close puts at 35 or 130. They'd have to buy to close an awful fucking lot of them, though, to put a dent in the current interest at those levels. But the MM would probably like those puts to go in the money, given that they're long them excessively. Oh, I would too. This is like bearish consolidation over the last, well, ever since like the breakup, really. But like from like 13, if you go from like 13, 20 out. Also, NQ failed its trend. Although I'm not sure ES has. Yeah, I don't think ES has failed its. Maybe it has. I guess it failed its trend from this morning. But the intraday trend, it's still not. Yeah, maybe it has. Yeah. ES and NQ both failed their trends. Interesting. 30 minutes left. Fuck. Yeah. MNQ failed its trend on the 15-minute. So did ES. A little shorter on ES, though. We retested on this bounce. So if we're gonna get a continuation down, it'd probably be here. I don't know, we could still technically retest 30. The 30 retest would come out on a failure of like this So that would be like continued distribution after the bounce. And positionally, it's not impossible, but if we tested 30, it would last for like a couple seconds, I think. I still feel like it's fairly unlikely. Or at least unlikely to get a continuation below 30. We'd have to get a lot of momentum. Vol would have to spike super hard. Like the 30 would have to get squeezed out, basically. If that were to happen, though, 15, 10, just fucking keep going down. It's also like a little bit aggravating that we haven't filled the 43 gap to the upside either. Like it would have been better if this bounce was stronger but got a lower high. It'd probably be less fighting for the upside. Ooh, how are my calls that I sold for end of month doing? Down today. My feelings for today can be summed up as thanks, I hate it. That's not that bad. Boring, but I mean, great for sell side. And 25 minutes left. I will say that support at 35 is starting to dwindle a bit. Calls getting bought back at 40, some puts getting bought back at 40. Puts being bought back at 35. Ooh, bought puts at 50. They're gonna lever up the fucking synth short? That'd be cool. 3,200 contracts now. What's the ideal occupation of your soulmate? CEO of JP Morgan. Possibly Fed chair. A large-bodied red candle? That is not. That was a fucking 30-cent move. It'd be really cool if the 35 would continue to capitulate. VIX back to 17 would be cool on today. Give me a second. You're working as magic behind the scenes. Yeah, sure, that's what I'm doing. So I'd like to see some of this supportive delta drop. A little bit. Or just, go back in the money. The 35 put's still getting bought back. Pretty heavily, too. As is the 45 and 50 put. But there's some 40 puts getting sold, which is a bit weird. Especially given that we're still moving down. This is one level of support that's moderately important, I guess. Still didn't close that downside gap. As a newly minted zillionaire, I need the poorest to know anything you want to find out about from the big boy Discord chats. Just ask me. That's a good way to that's a good way to get banned. The bots will find you. Very good at that. I like the format you've here. Thanks. I don't know what you mean, but thank you. I'm pretty sure we can't go above 170 this week because I sold calls. I hope Paul Sminas doesn't spread around those invaluable pictures of Gandalf. I know when I buy a call, Gherk is on the opposite side of that trade. Oh. Ooh. Gap fill. Hmm. Can't get rid off of that shit. Alright, now let's see what profit taking looks like. Okay. Some puts pulling back at 40. Bot calls 40, 45. Still puts selling at 35. Ooh, a lot of puts selling at 35. Hmm. I got stopped out of my spreads. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, almost. They're trying to get all-time high before end of day. It would truly be awesome if this just gets stuffed. Oop, there's 45. Ooh, do I want to sell more calls? Huh. Could sell the 50 naked for 40 cents a pop. Yeah, the 450 billion gem is dropping really fast, though. Yoink. Haha, bulls rugged themselves before the all-time high. No! They could try again. Maybe. If this closes under 40, I'm gonna be fucking... Or at 40. I'm gonna be fucking pissed that I closed my sold calls for 60%. They're selling a lot of puts, which is super good above VN. You gotta let them get the all-time highs. They go away. This doesn't make them go away. Why would you fill on a 30C at $1? The fucking strike's been in the money all day. Even if we tested 30, it'd still be like $2. Hold on. Oh, we're so close. Yes, 6200 test. Ah. Wait, is that it? What was it? It's God damn it. It's like oh, 147.43. Left a gap at 45.25. Two minutes. Ooh, and they lost 45. That's not good. It's okay, they'll get it on the last candle, unless they lose 42. In which case, then they might be fucked. NQ still has a little bit more range to test 22.7. But ES already tested 6200. I think. MES did. Yeah, ES did too. Alright, if this is where the correction starts, that's fucking glorious. Ooh, ouch. Okay, bulls are fucked. That was painful. 40 gone. Back to VN? No. Ding ding. 141.06. Future's still selling off a bit and close here. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That was an awesome short. Alright, what were we doing? Oh yeah. We're gonna go look at things. So Bull's failing to get the all-time high by a few fucking cents here at the end of the day. Which is embarrassing but understandable. They really do need a healthy pullback. And a reposition. I mean, they're trying to just claw every last bit of upside out of this, but it's really not the greatest position to be in. I think we closed a little, like, within the expected upside range, but not like the weighted one. So, but yeah, above the market maker is weighted, like expected move for the day. Where the fuck did this go? There. which is the second day in a row, not only closing above VN, but closing above the market maker's expected move, which is, you know, partially because there's so much buy pressure that the bears are getting squeezed. It's not like they're not selling calls; they're just getting kind of squeezed out of them, but only a little bit, right? They're actually still being pretty cautious about where they sell calls. The majority of like sold calls to the upside here were at like 61.40, which if they were sold for more than $1 ended positive. And then like 61.45 and 50. So the call seller is actually still doing really well today. If you back adjust ES, we still have like the high is at like 270. But on this contract, we have a new all-time high today, which did poke a little bit above the long-term trend, but fell back into it into close here. 6189, 6190 downside support. We'll see if that turns into a support in the overnight session here, or if the breakout above trend fails, then we would be looking to like 61 or 66 to confirm the failure, 6129 to confirm downside continuation, but 213 to the upside is the next level of resistance. Dollar rising up a little bit into the end of the day, but yields at the top end of the curve continued to fall. They're now back a little bit lower. I think they're a little bit lower now than they were in. Well, I guess not. We're not quite back to the lows we saw in May, but getting there. The dollar is definitely way down and probably has even more room to the downside to continue to fall. Despite the falling dollar, the yen really not moving up too much. Correlation started to break down in the early part of today, and then that breakdown in correlation actually continued into close a little bit, which is interesting. And then, you know, maybe we're just finally running into some actual profit taking after the end of the war was announced. Correlation shot down, but it's starting to turn back up a little bit here, and we don't have earnings for at least a few weeks, so it would be reasonable to see some profit taking in the dispersion trade prior to that period, at least on the shorter dated. I think the longer dated dispersion will probably stay in there until we start to approach like bank and tech earnings. But the shorter dated correlation, I think, could, you know, move up a bit. Commodities kind of turning around from their bottom. Not a reversal yet, but still benefiting from some moves in, well, industrials today, and then also oil and precious metals bouncing back a little bit. Carry trade continues to decline, has a new low, or a new local low. Down to 818, which is a little bit lower than the prior low in June, which was at or earlier in June, which was at 119 or 819. Leverage on the short end of the trade still kind of flat, 678. The bear steepener turning up very sharply, but no upturn in volatility yet. Forward yield on volatility at negative 12.54%. Definitely still benefiting the shorts quite a lot, but more and more demand for for long volatility from bond funds as we continue to see that spread widen. And usually what you'll see is that, like, if you look at it, you'll see that spread widen out. Like here, for instance, and then you'll see, you know, demand for volatility pick up, and then the spread will narrow again. And that's, you know, we saw that back in April, where we got some pretty big divergence, we saw volatility move up with the spread, through Feb, very sharply. So something to keep an eye on. That vol's kind of getting maxed out here. A little bit of out of the money put demand today, but not much. Skew fell back a tiny bit. Yesterday, not so great for breadth. Several pretty big chunk of the S&P fell. 10% fell below its 50-day moving average. Another 6% below its 20. Probably with a sell-off into close. And like 2% falling below its 200-day moving average. So we might be starting to see some sector shift as breadth narrows even more. Obviously, tech still mostly outperforming everything, although Dow and Russell had a pretty good day today, so we did see some breadth pick up, but that's probably going to be topping out soon as well. This is now the 6th consecutive day of rising correlation between cash VIX and VX, getting about a 1% move a day here now, almost 2. So probably getting like out of the money sold puts pulling back, which might open up some room for volatility to move higher. But this can take like a week or two, so don't assume that it'll happen tomorrow or anything. Fed fund futures pricing in more rate cuts. June of 2026 now above 4 cuts. Jan of 26 approaching 3, and February at 0.15. The bear steepener picked up about 3% today, turning back around a little bit into the end of the day. And this puts us at a clean test of the 1929 trend line, 61.47 right there. A little bit lower on today's high than the all-time high, but not much. 61.47.43 with today's high being 61.46.52. So we're about $1, less than $1 off from the all-time high, but a retest of that trend. Not that it can't be broken. I mean, obviously we broke it back here. Well, actually, maybe we didn't. That trend line's on the monthly, so yeah, I guess with the scaling, we did break it a little bit, but briefly. And on the monthly, I guess that would be like 62.59. I hate how they do that. Is that log? Maybe that's why. Oh, okay. I mean, this is a bullish breakout. We broke out above the like kind of ascending head and shoulders. I guess if we fell back below that, like back below 16.99, that might like open up the chance at like the downside gap fill, but I'd probably want to see a loss of like 60.80. 60.80 would probably be a good confirm of the downside gap fill. This is definitely running out of steam though. We're getting very close to like gamma max. We're above now both Vega neutrals. The spread between those Vega neutrals is narrowing. All of that, kind of topping out behavior. So maybe a good time for me to sell some calls out above like gamma max, maybe like 60, 61.80, 6200 with some theta on them. Lower high, proof that we solved inflation. Anyway, that's about what I got for today. Over here on TQQQ. Ooh, we got a new low on the indicator. It's generally when that stops going down that that things get kind of bearish. The same time period. This is more leverage than we in leveraged funds than we saw in the December high. So that's interesting. So more leverage, lower high. But yeah, I think that's about it. Reverse repo moved up to 252 billion today. We'll probably get the peak for reverse repo tomorrow. And then maybe we get some downside on Monday if those funds keep that money in reverse repo until end of day. And then we get window dressing. So, I mean, I think that's kind of why we've been seeing... I should probably talk about that. I think that's kind of why we've been seeing that, like end of month, like we sell off. Ah, piece of shit. Hold on. So we like sell off on the last day of the month, and then we like rip into close. I think this is because they're holding that money in RRP overnight. And once they're done with like settlement and the collar rolls, they just fucking throw all that money back in the market. Like back into equities. Although here, we may not see them do that because we're so high. And be cautious of that because, you know, the last time equities were this high, which is really not an attractive range to purchase them in. That like end of month wasn't so bullish, like Feb. You know, even like Jan end of month, like if we go out to like Jan 30th, right? Like the end of day was brutally bearish. And yeah, which would be kind of inverse what we saw in April, where, you know, the end of the month trading was where is it? Yeah, the end of the month fucking just rocketed from the low of the day. Or even May, where I think we saw fairly similar behavior. If I could fucking find the end of May. Yeah, May was similar. This is obviously when demand was very high for equities, but up here demand may not be so high, and there may be more profit taking alongside window dressing. Also, end of quarter, so and we have tariff deadlines coming up, which the White House says not to worry about, but I don't know if that really means anything to the market, except the market's continuing to price in the best possible scenario, which no longer occurs after that deadline does. So, yeah, keep an eye on that stuff. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Everybody have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.